go ahead.
Madam Clerk, we're ready to start?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I hereby call the Santa Ana City Council meeting to order. This meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. Madam Clerk, please conduct a roll call.
Councilmember Hernandez. Councilmember Lopez. Here. Councilmember Peñalosa. Councilmember Fan.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez.
Present.
Mayor Mesqua.
Here.
It's 4 members. That is a quorum.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to the closed session?
No, there are not.
Do any council members need to announce their abstentions in closed session items? Hearing none. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers for closed session?
We do not have any in-person or Zoom speakers on closed session, nor did we receive any e-comments related to the closed session agenda.
Thank you. At this time, we'll resume to closed session.
Progress.
Ready?
Go ahead.
Perfect. I hereby reconvene the Santa Ana City Council meeting to order. Madam Clerk, please conduct the roll call.
This meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. This is a meeting to conduct the business of the city. There's an opportunity to call for a recess or break, or even to clear the meeting room if a meeting becomes too disruptive to properly conduct business. Warnings will be provided prior to any action being taken. We appreciate your cooperation. For everyone's safety, per the fire marshal, please do not stand or place objects in the aisles, in front of the dais, along the back wall of the council chamber, or in front of any entrances and exits. During city council presentations, guests of individuals being recognized are invited to come to the front to take photos. For roll call, Councilmember Hernandez.
Present.
Councilmember Lopez. Councilmember Peñalosa.
Present.
Councilmember Fan.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez.
Present.
Mayor Mesqua.
Present.
It's 5 members present with a temporary absence by Councilmember Lopez and a noted absence by Councilmember Becerra. You do have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before we proceed to the Pledge of Allegiance, please make an announcement.
For members of the public on Zoom or teleconference to request to speak during public comments on agenda or non-agenda items within the city's jurisdiction, you must dial *9 from your phone or click the button labeled Raise Hand from Zoom Now to be in the speaker queue once public comments commence. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, first item on our agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Victor Mendez, can you please come up and lead us in the pledge?
For those who can stand, please stand. Put your right hand over your heart and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victor. Words of inspiration will be provided by Pastor Greg Crewley. Please come to the podium, sir.
Thank you very much. Let's pray. Close our eyes and bow our heads. Lord, we come before you tonight, thanking you for your abundant blessings you've bestowed on each council member and fulfill your calling as they are involved in your godly works to minister in this capacity to this community of Santa Ana. Lord, we are asking for wisdom, discernment, direction, and guidance from above. Lord, from your mouth comes knowledge, understanding from this council meeting tonight. Pray that the Lord will direct your path. May the Spirit of the Lord be here to encourage all of us. In your name, Jesus Christ, amen.
Amen.
Thank you very much, sir. Madam Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to the City Council?
There are none.
Thank you very much. The first presentation is my presentation. It's a certificate of recognition presented to Roberto Reyes for outstanding musical accomplishments. Please come on up. Veronica, please join us. Yes, thank you. Stand right here. You want to talk to her? Dr. Hami, he wants you to come up too, Anna. Come on up. Come on. Ask Dr. Perez to record for you. Dr. Perez will record for you. He wants you to join him. All right, this is for recognition for outstanding musical accomplishments. It is my honor to recognize an extraordinary young man and Santa Ana native, Roberto Reyes, for his outstanding musical accomplishments and the incredible dedication he has shown in his artistic journey. Roberto was born and raised right here in Santa Ana and is currently a sophomore at Cal State University Fullerton, pursuing his bachelor's degree in mathematics, with plans to minor in piano as he works toward his teaching credentials. Thank you, it's gonna be amazing. Diagnosed with autism and ADHD at an early age, Roberto began music therapy at the Orange County Children's Therapeutic Arts Center, we all know as OCTAC, when he was just 1 year old. At that early state, that has blossomed into a lifelong passion for music, performance, and creativity. Over the years, Roberto has mastered both the piano and viola? Did I say that right? Yeah. Oh, viola, that's beautiful. Completing the advanced level of the Music Teachers Association of California's Certificate of Merit program and earning state honors multiple times. He has also been a 2-time gold medalist at the MTAC Romantic Festival and a featured artist at the Orange County Music and Arts Administrator Awards held at the Segerstrom Center for the Arts. Among his many achievements, Roberto has performed with the OCTAC Magnet All-Inclusion Ensemble and has even begun composing his own music. That's amazing. Debuting an original piece titled The Book of Friends at OCTAC's Bloom concert. Most recently, drum roll please. Drum roll, drum roll, drum roll. There you go, here we go. Roberto represented the United States as the only U.S. musician invited to the, I get chills when I say that. Only U.S. musician invited to the 2025 International Special Music and Art Festival sponsored by Special Olympics in Seoul, Korea. Yes. This was not only a tremendous honor, but also Roberto and his mother's first trip outside the country. That is wonderful. How long was the flight? 14 hours? Yeah. An unforgettable milestone for both of them. Through challenges and triumphs, Roberto has shown us that music is not just a skill or talent. It's a source of strength, expression, and connection. His perseverance, humility, and love for the arts continue to inspire everyone around him. Roberto, on the behalf of the city of Santa Ana, we are proud. I'm sorry, I know normally I have difficulty, but I'm so proud of you. I'm like trying to keep it together here. We are proud to present you with this certificate of recognition in honor of your exceptional musical achievements and the pride you bring to our community. We just can't wait to see what's next for you. And really, it's such a big deal for you to go to Seoul, Korea, and represent us. Thank you very much, Senora, too. And so on behalf of the city of Santa Ana and all the council and myself, we want to present this to you. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. You want to say something? There you go.
Good evening, everybody. So it's just been an incredible journey to be able to take my music and, be able to do wonderful things with it. But there are so many people that I've taken along this journey that I feel like I need to thank. That first being God for giving me the opportunity and blessings to give me all these people and this incredible talent. The first person I would like to thank is Dr. Anna for all the support she has given me throughout the years and all the pathways and teachers she's introduced me. To my dear brother Jesus, who's been with me on this musical journey since at the beginning, and we're both still rocking it out there. And last but not least, to my mom, who, as soon as she heard both of my brother and my mom's diagnosis, did everything she can to make sure we can have an almost perfect life. And it always means so much that you managed to do this amazing things, Mom. I mean, we went to Korea together, a milestone that I could have not been able to do without you. Thank you.
Yes.
I know.
I want to say thank you, Mayor Amezcua, and of course, Roberto and this exceptional parent. If all parents in Santa Ana and all cities around the world were like her, our kids would not get into trouble. So she's an exceptional parent, and they grew up with a lot of challenges here, single mom, but guess what? Because she cares so much about her kids, she worked so hard and brought Roberto and Jesus to our organization, and we are blessed to have them, to have this family. So thank you, Mayor Amezcua. This is an exceptional family. And Roberto, congratulations again. And Jesus, they're both amazing students. And like Mayor Amezcua said, I can't wait to see you do so much into the future. You already accomplished so much at a young age. I can't wait to see what you're going to do. And for sure, don't forget, you're going to be teaching at Octa one day. He will be our future teacher for our other kids with special needs.
I'm currently ongoing training, everyone, actually, right now.
So anyhow, thank you again, Mayor Amezcua. Thank you.
Do you want to say anything before we take pictures?
Yeah.
Sure, go right ahead.
So as you know, I am Jesus. I am his older brother. I mean, I would like to, it's been like an incredible journey for my brother, and I pray for him every day that he has go through for all his music career and stuff, and I'm just very proud of my brother for doing all the stuff, and I'd like to thank him for that. Keep going, brother.
Next presentation is by Councilmember Lopez, please. And it is for the Banda de Guerra Osos de California.
¿Se vienen, por favor? Okay, so tonight we're going to be recognizing familiar faces that many of you have seen. They've been part of our yearly event, Fiestas Patrias, here in the city, and it's the Organización Osos de California, Banda de Guerra, Comandante Andrés Hernández, and everybody that you see here tonight. So I'm really excited to recognize a vibrant and culturally enriching organization that is making a meaningful impact in our community. Founded in 2023 and based right here in Orange County, this nonprofit organization is devoted to preserving the rich civic and cultural traditions of Mexican war bands. Their mission is both noble and inspiring to instill civic pride and cultural values in youth through music, discipline, and community engagement. They welcome participants of all ages, however, children, youth, women, and men, and offer training in traditional instruments such as drums and the bugles, right? The bugles? Okay. Their performances have become a familiar and uplifting presence at parades, as I said earlier, cultural festivals throughout the entire county, and civic events throughout Orange County, proudly representing Mexican heritage and unity. In a time when cultural preservation is more important than ever, Osos de California stands as a bridge between different generations. Their work helps young people connect with their roots while also contributing positively to our civic life. And sometimes you even have a father and a son or a daughter participating in the band together. We especially want to thank Organización Osos de California for their outstanding contributions to this year's El Grito ceremony, commemorating the 215th anniversary of Mexico's independence. Your participation made the city of Santa Ana's 45th annual Fiestas Patrias celebration not only memorable, but deeply meaningful to so many of us. On behalf of the City Council, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to the Organización Osos de California for your dedication, your passion, and your service to our community. We look forward to seeing your continued growth and the positive impact you will no doubt keep making in our city and beyond. And we also want to thank the City Manager's Office and Parks and Rec for always working with local organizations. And I will pass this off to Andres.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Heidi. I'm part of the Secretary of Organización Osos de California, and this is the President, Andrés Hernández, and we are really proud to be receiving this certificate. We enjoy working with the City of Santa Ana. That's where we were founded since 2009. We've been doing it for about 16 years, and Councilmember Jessie stole all my words. She said everything about us. And I just want to say thank you.
¿Puede decir en español?
Muy buenas tardes a todos. Estamos muy agradecidos por recibir estos reconocimientos aquí. En verdad lo valoramos muchísimo porque mis muchachos le echan muchísimas ganas, lo hacen de corazón para rescatar nuestra cultura, nuestras tradiciones, nuestro civismo, y nos sentimos orgullosos de ser parte de la ciudad de Santa Ana, y a donde quiera que vamos siempre mencionamos que somos de la ciudad de Santa Ana. En diferentes estados en donde nos han invitado siempre representamos con orgullo Santa Ana. Entonces estamos muy agradecidos. Muchas gracias a todos.
Bueno, buenas tardes a todos. En primer lugar, el agradecimiento a la ciudad de Santa Ana, a nuestra cónsul Jessie López, al comandante Andrés Hernández. Por él es fundada esta banda de guerra. Principalmente son motivos de nuestra educación en México, y queremos rescatarlo y que siga permanente en Estados Unidos. Gracias por respetar nuestro trabajo. Gracias por reconocerlo. Gracias.
Mr. City Manager, can we please have the presentation?
Yes, so we're happy to partner with the Santa Ana Unified School District Literacy Presentation. And before us, we have Dr. Lorraine M. Perez, Superintendent of Schools with Santa Ana Unified. Welcome, Dr. Perez.
Good evening. First and foremost, I want to express my gratitude to the mayor and to our city council for allowing me to share this information here, and also for the partnership from our city manager, Mr. Nunez. We were in conversation constantly, and when I came to him and asked if it would be, we could find time for me to share what we're doing within the school district, thank you for making this space and time for me to do so. I do believe that it takes a village to ensure that our students are successful. The city of Santa Ana is our village. We happen to sit as a school district within the city, and so I thought it was important for our city council and our community at large to really understand and know what we're after and what the goals are for our students. And so with that, I will jump into the presentation. I forgot to introduce myself, I know you did, but folks might not know that this is actually my first year as a superintendent for Santa Ana Unified School District. And within my first 90 days, I made a commitment to our community and to our school board to really look at what we're doing currently and set the stage for what we are doing moving forward. And not sure about the clicker. Oh, there we go. Okay. So again, in the first 90 days, making sure that I'm talking to folks as much as possible, having one-on-one conversations with all of our school principals. As many of you know, what happens on a school campus and really the direction that a school takes is very much reliant on that school principal. And so it's important to really understand what they've been experiencing within our school system, as well as talking with our community. And so I'll share a little bit about who is included in that community at this point, who I've talked to, and where I started to gather some of the ideas about what we need to be doing. I also wanted to not have folks think that we're starting all over again, that every time a new superintendent comes in, that things change and we're wiping out all of the foundational work that has been laid, really honoring people who have come before us and the work that has happened prior to me being in this seat, and aligning those things very clearly for our community. So insights from the field, really making that time one-on-one to meet with all of our school leaders. And there's more to come, but within 90 days, this is what I was able to do. Meeting with families, whether that be with our formalized family groups like DAC, DLAC, and CAC, which I know are a lot of acronyms, and folks are like, what are all those groups? What do they mean? But our DLAC represents the District English Learner Advisory Committee, and our CAC represents our parents that represent our students with disabilities. And so really taking into account our largest populations in our district and hearing from families around how we can better serve them. That is the goal. I know there's a lot of conversation about families having choice, and I want to be clear. As the superintendent, I want families to have choice, but I want them to choose Santa Ana Unified because we are offering what they need. That's the goal. And so also talking with community, this is business community, this is our local electeds, this is, community at large, really spending time with a variety of different folks within the community and really hearing from them what they need from the school district, how we can be a better partner. And so with that, I bring us to what has come to be known by many who are following the things that have happened in Santa Ana Unified as our board priorities. That is really very much rooted and grounded in our graduate profile. I actually have come here before to speak about the graduate profile. This is not the first time. Things have not changed with the graduate profile. This is what we are after. When our students have these characteristics and can demonstrate these skills, they will be successful. And that is, what we deeply want and what we know that our families want, and the commitment that we're making to the community. And so the other two pieces visually that you see on the side of the graduate profile and the board priorities are really the mechanisms by which we manage this in a school district. So we have our LCAP. I say to families, please, when you hear about our LCAP listening sessions and involvement, please come out and get involved. This is where we hear from families to help really be part of guiding the direction of the district. And it's a 3-year plan, always with room for making adjustments, but a 3-year plan. You have to have plans that are not from day to day, but over an extended period of time if we're going to accomplish some real heavy goals and big things that we need to accomplish for our students. And then to the right, visually on the right-hand side, you see something that says SAUSD SPSA. And I want everybody to know these things because, like I said, this group and folks watching are part of our village. The SPSA is the single plan for student achievement. This is the way each school accomplishes the goals that we set out as a school district. And so as families, this might be something more familiar to you or something that you might start asking about with regards to how we're accomplishing goals for your students on our campuses. And so I'll go quickly through this piece. This is just a journey that we've been on really since November of 2020 and how we landed with the graduate profile. There were over 100 people involved with identifying, parents mostly, involved with identifying the skills and knowledge that they wanted their students to be able to demonstrate as they exited our system, which is why it's called the graduate profile. So looking at that and saying, here's where we, it's the North Star, it's where we're going, it's what we want for our students. And you see that journey laid out there. We are now at the point where we're really putting these things into action. So what does that look like? So as I had the honor and the privilege of being able to be selected and serve in this role, I got very deliberate. Anybody who knows me knows that I can talk about instruction and care about students' learning and the way that teachers approach the learning very deeply. And so I knew that it was going to be very critical for me to land in a place and for us to land in a place of where we're declaring what we're doing so that we can be held accountable. And so that we can constantly be measuring, are we meeting those goals? So very clearly, it is my hope, it is my desire that everybody in the community know these goals. They're pretty simple. Reading by 3rd grade, on grade level by 3rd grade. That our English learners are being reclassified and redesignated as English proficient by 5th grade. And that our students are college and career ready. So I'm going to take a little bit of time to unpack that because they're really not separate goals, and I don't want folks to think about them as separate. When our students are reading on grade level by 3rd grade, it equips them to reclassify as an English proficient student by 5th grade. It prepares them to do that, so they literally are building blocks. They're not separate goals, but we have to have milestones and benchmarks that we're measuring ourselves against. And when our students who are English learners, which is a large population in our district, when they accomplish that, they will have access to all of the options. When they don't have access to that. And I don't like that world. That doesn't make sense to me. And so we really need to be deliberate about ensuring that our students are getting redesignated, reclassified as English proficient. And so that is, and some may say, well, yeah, this is, of course, these things. Yeah, you're right. Of course, these things. This is what it should be. And I'm saying to our principals and saying to our parents and saying to our school leaders, this is the floor. This is not the ceiling. So if you are already on a great trajectory for these goals at your school site, up your game. This is not to say this is where I want people to top out. This is the floor. This is my expectation. This is what we're going to be measuring against. It's what we're going to be publicly. It's why I'm here, why it was so important for me to come out and be able to share this publicly, so that we are, publicly measuring and coming back and reporting out to the community, what this looks like and how everyone can be part of helping to accomplish this. And so I know that I'm before the City Council tonight and the community at large, and I really want to have these goals be relevant to everybody because these are things, the 4 blocks that you see there are things that do impact and weigh heavy on our community. It's the housing stability, economic opportunity, health access, and civic participation. When we accomplish the things that I just shared in this prior slide, improvement will happen in these areas. I mean, there's data around this. I'm not just standing here saying something that I think will happen. There's data around this. And so it does become, really imperative that we work together around these things, because I know that this is what the community wants for our city. And so, I build that relevance so that everybody sees themselves as part of accomplishing these goals. And so I'll go through this piece pretty quickly because it is kind of more the details of what we do in a school system, but I do want people to understand that we are constantly assessing. We have students, and at the end goal, we want them to master standards. State of California lays out those standards. It is our job and our goal to help students get there. And there are lots of different ways that we are assessing those things. Some of it's minute by minute. You can watch a teacher do that. They're looking at what the student's understanding and what they're not, figuring out how to actually make that learning accessible to them, all the way to the annual assessments, which are mostly what people do know and get publicly published. So there are a variety of ways that we are looking at this and measuring this within our system. So I say that because I want people to know you may see data and say, oh, wait a minute, I thought that, they were scoring at X level, but now I'm hearing that it's at Y level. It may be a different assessment. And so I just want for people to have clarity around that. And again, I said I was going to be very transparent. This is our current state. This is where we are today. What we will be presenting out to our board through the duration of this year is what we're doing about this, how well we're doing those things that we have within our plan, and is it making the impact that we want? Very simple. We don't need to make this extremely complicated. That's the way that we will be reporting out. And so when we look at literacy, in 24-25 school year, 25% of our grade 3 students met or exceeded standards on CASP. CASP is one of those annual assessments. It's a one-time deal. You take it towards the end of the year, and it's either you're exceeding or you're not. So that data is important. But we're also looking at more real-time data that's helping to inform the instruction. So 56% of our students, K through 3, are at or above benchmark on DIBELS, and DIBELS is the reading assessment, just so that you have an understanding of that. That's where we're at currently. You heard me say that it is our goal that every student is reading on grade level by 3rd grade. So you can do the math and know that we're a little ways off, and so we've got work to do. But that's the commitment to the public, is to continue to work towards that and report out on that. And so the next piece of data that we have is around reclassification rates. And again, this is how we measure when students are being redesignated as English proficient. And so in the 23-24 school year, and the reason why we have data back then is because you guys understand this probably, data comes sometimes very lag and slow, and so this is the data we have currently. So 37.9% of our English learners are making annual growth on LPAC, which is the large state assessment. But we're not just looking at those state assessments, because if we do, we're too late, we're behind, we're too far behind. And so we have also other ways that we are looking at the reclassification and propensity for that. So in 24-25, we had 8.08% of our English learners reclassified as fluent English proficient. So you can see that it did go down from 23-24 to 24-25. So we are looking and figuring out how and why that's happening, and also monitoring the rate of our newcomers. We have a higher number of newcomers than we've had before. So we're looking at all of those things. This data causes us to look introspectively and ask ourselves the hard questions about what's really going on. And the last piece of data that I'll share with you tonight is around college and career rates. So the class of 2024 has 38.8 of graduates prepared for college on the college and career indicator, again, which is a state assessment. How are we looking at that at a more local level? We're looking at students enrolling in post-secondary education, and that rate is 70%. I want to share something with you that's not on here, but it's as I've unpacked the data, I've learned and really am interrogating this, asking our team to look at this more deeply. I'm going to make the connection between our English learners and the college and career readiness. Our students who are reclassified make up 70% of our four-year college-going students. So we look at how many of our students in a graduating class are going to a four-year, how many are going to a two-year, how many are going to a one-year certification type deal, and how many are not enrolling in post-secondary. Of those who are four-year college going, 70% are English learners. This really doubles down on the investment we need to make with our English learners and making sure that they are getting reclassified so that they have access. And so the commitment is to keep doing this in public. I'll come back here anytime I am invited. I may ask to make sure that we're looking at the data. This is, again, our commitment and a gratitude to our board because they have come alongside and said, this is what we need to do, and here's what we're signing up to do to help with this and really help remove some of those obstacles. And so this is our board presentation calendar. You can see that in November, we will explicitly be talking about English learners and their progress. Again, we're putting things out there so that people know and can say, hey, you guys said that you were gonna do this, and there's that accountability piece. And so we will have the full calendar published. I just took a screenshot of that. That's all that would fit on the slide, but we will publish that so everybody knows and can follow along and help in any way that you see fit. So the road ahead, our trends and predictions, the increased collaboration. Honestly, I have to tell you, as I'm talking to our higher ed folks, everybody's asking how can they help. There are so many people invested in Santa Ana Unified being successful. That's the difference about being here. That doesn't happen everywhere, but I'm talking, Dr. Ana, we were having a conversation 2 weeks ago, and everybody's asking, what do you need from us? So I want it to be very clear and very deliberate. Those are the three goals. If there are things within the way that you do business or in your wheelhouse that line up, help. Please, let's have a conversation about what that looks like really, because everybody adding value is going to help the trajectory really make that steep climb that we need so that we are really delivering for our community and meeting that commitment that we've made to our families.
Thank you, Dr. Perez, for the presentation. Any comments? No questions. We're just making comments really quick because we're time.
Thank you. Just want to say thank you, Dr. Perez, for the presentation. Our city's motto is education first, so we want to remain consistent with those values, and part of being consistent with those values is being up to date with our schools, their school district and our school board. So thank you for your time today.
Anybody else? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you so much for coming in, and the focus on literacy is beautiful. And some people think we're going away from social emotional wellness, but we're still there, and that's still a strong part. But teaching kids skills and that literacy and them being empowered with writing and reading at a higher level, a college level, that's social emotional wellness, I believe. And I taught this to my kids, like, I'm a mocoso from Monte Vista. Yo fui a Monte Vista, and I went to CAR like you guys, and I went to Valley. And I'm not smarter than any of you in this class while we're doing writing, because we were focusing on writing to make sure they knew how to do an argumentative. And I had to teach them how to introduce evidence and just cite it and just the evidence and then give me the reasoning, the analysis to get it. And a few of you got paragraphs from my students. I know the President Bustos and Valerie Magdaleno. And so Mayor, I've presented a paragraph to you before of the work that my students do, because we do. I want you the evidence to be green, and we color it, and the reasoning to be orange, and they work it, and they feel really good about themselves when they finish that when they finish that paragraph that they do, when they finish an essay. But it takes time, and it's a lot of work, and I know for me it's one week of headache. But it's worth it, the investment that you give to to students to do that work. So we have to fight, and we have to make sure they're ready for college. Like, I know when I showed up to college, I wasn't as ready as I should have been, and I want to give my students a fighting chance. So when they're assigned an essay, they know what's expected, and not guessing on what they need to write. So these things have to be done, and they have to be intentional, that they're ready to write research papers as they go to college. So I appreciate the literacy focus that you're bringing to the table, because it's very much needed as you talk to some of us that went through and lagged behind. I had a really bad GPA at Santa Ana College, but going into Long Beach, I had a 3.6. I learned how to write. UCLA, as a master's program, I had a 4.0. I had to learn it on the go, and I want my kids to be ready and happy and be able to transfer to those universities because they need those skills, and I appreciate the focus on literacy.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. That was more than the 3 minutes, but we're good. Councilor Lopez, were you making any comment?
Yes, I just wanted to thank you for coming and presenting some of the work that the district is doing. I was at a community event about 2-3 weeks ago, and sometimes our residents don't know the differences between the agencies, right, or the independence of the agencies from each other. And she was trying to tell me about how much she loved the district. She moved to the city so that her daughter could go to SAUSD, and I just thought that was really nice, because there's a lot of great programming that the district has, which parents are seeking. And I'm really proud to hear those testimonials from our residents, because I'm a product of our public school districts. You know, my mom worked at Hoover. I've always shared these stories, and so one of the things that I fully support and really like about our city manager is that you also understand the importance of having a partnership with their public school district. And so I'm looking forward to seeing that relationship strengthen. And I just wanted to thank you, because every time we've been out, you've always been so kind and gracious, and I just want to let you know and the public that, you know, we're always going to be interested in supporting the work that the district does, because it directly impacts our constituents. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Penalosa, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to thank you, Superintendent Perez, for being here. In the 7 years that I've been on the City Council, never has a superintendent come to our council meeting to present and talk about the great stuff that our school district is doing. So thank you for being here. That alone is a huge step forward and shows the honest effort in collaborating and improving our school district, which is something that we all want to do at the end of the day. We had a community meeting last week with a lot of business owners in my part of the district, in the southern part of town and eastern part of the city. And we had representatives from the school district there, and I want to thank you for that, because it shows that you know, whether it's on the education front or the community front or the neighborhood front, you guys are willing to be there and take up a seat at the table, and thank you for that. So I just wanted to thank you for being here, and you're more than welcome to come back anytime.
Well, Dr. Perez, we know each other very well, and congratulations on your new position. I am very happy that you're the superintendent. To see you here, thank you for joining me at my Influence Her conference with 150 girls and other organizations with Girls Inc. So I know you're going to be out and about in the community, and as Councilman Penalosa indicated, you were not, but your staff were at the business meeting that we had, and your representation was great. They acknowledged that you had another meeting to go to, but just the fact, as Councilman Penalosa said, that you're here, because since I've been sitting up here as the mayor, I have not seen the previous superintendent here, so I look forward to your work. I look forward to see what you're going to do. I know you understand our community very well with your background, where you come from, and that says a lot. So thank you for coming tonight. We all look forward to working with Santa Ana Unified. It has not always been the easiest, but with you at the helm, I think we'll be seeing some changes with the city manager and you together. So thank you very much, Dr. Perez. Thank you. Madam City Attorney, do you have anything to report out of closed session?
Mayor, we do not have any reportable action this evening.
Thank you. This is the time of the meeting for City Council to receive comments from the public on agenda and non-agenda items. Madam City Clerk, please explain the public comment procedures. Call the first speakers.
Thank you, Mayor.
I'm sorry, before you start, Madam Clerk, I apologize, because we're missing one council member Can we up here be mindful that we got to keep 4 at all times so that we don't lose quorum? So thank you. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Pursuant to Resolution Number 2025-004, speakers are requested to address the City Council directly and to refrain from profane language, racial epithets, and libelous or slanderous statements that disturb the decorum of the meeting. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the City Council may not enter into discussion at this time. Speakers will have 3 minutes for their comments. Before calling speakers, I'll report the summary of e-comments provided as of today. By 2 p.m., we received a total of 140 e-comments. 4 were on non-agenda topics, 1 was on item number 11, and 135 were on item number 17. Those were distributed to the City Council and made available online for public review. We'll now hear from members of the public that are physically present in the council chamber to provide comments on agenda and non-agenda items. Please state your name and the ward or neighborhood that you reside in for the record. And when you hear your name, please line up behind in the center aisle behind the podium. First 3 speakers, Bruce Senator, Wendy Youngs, and Kim Miller.
Bruce Senator from Ward 6. Previously, I submitted the document today on issue groups, which was an update of something I submitted last week. And I hope that the council can look into it because clearly, the city is kind of overworked. And by incorporating issue groups from the residents and the businesses in the community, you can address things on a more proactive basis and come to better resolutions. Going on from that, after the prior city council meeting, I received messages via apps from apparently city employees due to the ballot measure on protecting public parks. Subsequently, I submitted a document regarding a city mafia culture. After that, there was the homeless issue meeting at the Santa Ana PD community room, which I then received more messages. As this meeting was not online or televised, most likely the senders were city employees. Shortly thereafter, a tenant in our business park had a message from a building and planning department employee, and I quote, "Building and planning does not want to do anything unless the city gets something out of it." That message correlates to what the mayor stated at the community room homeless meeting regarding Santa Ana having outpaced low-income housing. And what the city wants are families buying homes and paying mortgages and businesses bringing jobs to the city. I agree. However, there are limits when actions harm families and children. The ballot measure is a guardrail to protect public parks, families, and children. I am working on revising the measure so as not to prohibit private-public projects going forward, because there are beneficial projects which can benefit the city, separate from those parks that are already in existence or are planned, such as a sports complex at 17th and Grand, and other facilities which can be worked into the city to benefit the city and to benefit the residents. So the ballot measure is being revised so as not to prohibit public-private projects, but so that they can work to benefit the city and the residents. I guess that's it. Thank you very much.
Wendy Young, Kim Miller, Marion Crane.
Good evening, Mayor Mesqua and esteemed members of City Council. Thank you for your time and for your tremendous support for downtown Santa Ana's first Saturday Art Walk, which has been produced by the Frida Cinema since January 2023. My name is Wendy Youngs, and I'm Art Walk Coordinator. I'm here today along with fellow members of the Art Walk and Frida teams, with Navreet, Modesto Briseño, Gabriela Toro, and Porter Gilberg to express our appreciation for your commitment to supporting our local arts community by investing in Art Walk, and to share our enthusiastic support for tonight's agenda item. With the city's support over the last year, we have been able to take Art Walk to the next level in collaboration with our vibrant community of residents, artists, and small business owners. Without closing any major streets, Art Walk continues to be an event attended by thousands of people every month. We provide vendor space to more than 50 local artists, arts and culture organizations, and micro entrepreneurs at each event. We directly support local artists and musicians by booking them to perform at Art Walk. We increase promotion and foot traffic for downtown galleries, arts organizations, and small business partners through Art Walk and our ongoing promotional newsletters and Instagram account, which are followed by over 75,000 people. In partnership with local artists, residents, and small businesses, we continue to tailor Art Walk to meet the needs of our downtown community. This includes ensuring all residents have vehicle access to their homes, preserving access to parking and for small businesses, expanding our vendor village to increase participation opportunities for local artists, and adding an additional entertainment area on Sycamore Street to showcase the talents of even more local musicians and dance ensembles. Art Walk's expansion and increased impact is a result of last year's historic city investment in this meaningful, accessible, and enriching community event. Thank you again for your support, and we look forward to continuing to highlight our talented local artists, supporting our small businesses, and strengthening our partnership with the city, and to provide opportunities for residents to experience our thriving local art scene in the year ahead. Thank you.
Kim Miller, Marion Crane, Desi Reyes.
You can't bake their 38 seconds they had left, and I could use it. So anyway, thanks for having me here tonight. My name's Kim Miller, and I've probably reached out to several of you sitting here tonight, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to talk in person. There were many great presentations earlier today, so I don't want to be the Debbie Downer here, but what I came to talk about is super important. My nephew, Garrett Crane, he actually died recently in the city of Santa Ana. July 3rd, he went to Sunland Motel, and he was served fentanyl-laced pill and died instantly. And he was a real person. He was 39 years old, stay-at-home dad to a 2-year-old. He adored his daughter. After he overdosed, they tried to give him Narcan, 6 doses, didn't work. So they robbed him, took his phone, threw him out in the alley, and fortunately did call 911. And he was taken to the hospital as a John Doe. A couple of detectives showed up at 6 in the morning when just as he was put in the ambulance. And that was the end of their involvement. The hospital staff, though, locally, they were great. They kept him alive. They honored and respected him. And because of that, his wishes to be a donor, he was able to help over 50 people. So there is a silver lining to that. But what's really heartbreaking is kept saying, well, he knew where to go, right? So how in the world did he know where to go when he was having a problem with his teeth? He was given narcotics. He had an addiction history, and this re-triggered him. So at 4 in the morning, he knew to go to the Sunland Hotel. It's been under drug abatement since 2020, and I think some of you know the history around that, right? For 5 years, the city's documented drug use, drug trafficking, prostitution, violent crime. Yet the property continues to operate, apparently ignoring court-ordered requirements like keeping surveillance footage and cooperating with police. So I do have to ask, how in the world could a robbery and a death occur at a property already under abatement and still there's no full investigation? Now, this isn't a dissertation on the police, because you guys, I know, are doing everything you can. I've been working closely with some of you, and I know that the police force is underfunded and overstretched, and they have limited manpower. So tonight I'm asking the council to make this case a real priority. Let's get that Sunland Motel shut down. Let's get the right attorneys in there to fight against these local attorneys that, quite frankly, are just coming up with cases that just don't make any sense. Please, somebody investigate the hotel. There are drugs being sold on the property, and people are dying. Let's stop that. And let's increase resources. Let's get this thing done. If we could save one life, it would make a difference. And his death, I feel, was preventable. He knew where to go. His life mattered. He has a daughter who's growing up without a dad. Don't want to get too dramatic here, but what we want to do is make sure we take action and do something to make it worthwhile. Thank you.
Mayor, may I offer just a very brief comment that is a very touching commentary, and I know we don't do this, but I just wanted to tell you.
Yeah, we don't normally do this, but
Right,
go
but
ahead,
we did
Madam
have
Secretary.
contact, and we thank you for that. But we do want to let the council know you had a closed session this evening. We talked to you about these properties. We told you where we are. But this particular property at Sunland, we are working on a contempt order because this is a property where we did get an order from the court to have them stop the activity there. So our senior assistant city attorney is working on a contempt order as we speak. We're doing all that we can. And you've been very helpful, and thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney.
Next three speakers, Marion Crane, Desi Reyes, Deborah Ashby.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Marion Crane, and I'm here tonight as the mother of Garrett Crane, who lost his life at the Sunland Motel this past July. Garrett was he was my 39-year-old son. He was a brother, a loving partner to Carol, who most importantly was a father to his little girl, 2-year-old girl named Hazel. She will grow up without her daddy because people at that motel sold him fentanyl-laced pills, stole from him, and left him to die in the sidewalk. They didn't even have the decency to stay with him when they called 911. At the hospital, the nurses were telling me that they knew something was different about Garrett. They said he wasn't just another overdose case. They could see he was like he looked like a dad, like a son, like somebody's partner. But that's not how it felt when I learned what had happened next. Investigators arrived as Garrett was being put into the ambulance. They never saw him, never questioned anyone on the scene, and they never went straight to the Sunland Motel office to demand the surveillance video that night. Why not? Why was this treated like just another drug case instead of what it truly was, a robbery and a death that deserves investigation? The detective later told me there are not enough boots on the ground to pursue it further. As a mother, I cannot accept that. How many more families have to bury their children before there are enough boots on the ground? The Sunland Motel has been under a strict court orders because of this long history of drug activity, prostitution, and violence. Yet here we are, months later, and they continue to operate like nothing happened. They have broken their agreement with the city, and every day they remain open as a stain on this community's conscience. My son's life mattered. Carol and Hazel's future matters too. The safety of every child and parent in this city matters. I am asking you tonight, please make sure that Garrett's death is not ignored. Reopen the investigation, which I heard that we are. Hold the Sunland accountable and do what it takes to shut that motel for good and before another family ends up standing here where I am. Thank you.
Desi Reyes, Deborah Ashby, Hector Bustos.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. I'm here to talk about First Street. And I'm sorry to hear about this tragedy that just happened on First Street. And that's not the first one. And I know you guys have been working really hard to clean that area, but more needs to be done. This can't be happening anymore. Jesse, that's your ward. And I think you need to have the police put more emphasis on that area, and you yourself be out there and talking to the neighbors and the business people. That area needs to be cleaned up. It needs to be cleaned up. And one project, the First Street Enhancement Project that was supposed to start this month, coming up in November, it's a $4 million project, has now been put on pause. It's an enhancement from Grand to Tustin Avenue. And it's been put on pause because now there's another OCTA study going on. It's called a multi-model project from Bristol to Tustin. And that study is not going to be done till 2026. But who knows when that funding is going to come in. You know, I mean, what's in Bristol Street? You know, how long has that taken? It's not done yet. And now, right, we have $4 million to improve that area from Grand to Tustin Avenue. New slurry seal, you know, trees, median between the Zoo Lane and Golden Circle and Tustin Avenue, which needs to be cleaned up, and that would help the area. People feel safer walking. So I hope that this project goes, continues to go and not put it on hold to see what happens with this other big project that we don't know when it's going to happen. We have the $4 million to get it done now, from what I understand. So I think we should move forward with that. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members. I just have to kind of settle myself down from those previous speakers. So I'm here on a completely different subject. My name is Deborah Ashby. I'm with the South Coast Air Quality Management District, most commonly known as AQMD. And I'm here tonight just to provide brief remarks announcing two of our funding programs that are now available for application. Last year, the US EPA awarded nearly $500 million to AQMD for some initiatives to help clean our air. And the one that I have provided you with is called Invest Clean, which is about $417 million that's open for application for a number of programs, some of which may be of interest to the city and also some of your businesses, primarily to help change out our goods movement infrastructure and vehicles and so forth to zero-emission technologies. The first one is a charging infrastructure program. This is a very large program that provides funding for DC fast chargers. There's a truck replacement program, battery electric cargo handling equipment program, and a battery electric switcher locomotive program. So it's all on this flyer, so you didn't even have to really pay that much attention. But for the public, it's investclean.org or the AQMD website, which is aqmd.gov. And the second one is probably of interest to your residents and small businesses. We have something called Go Zero, which is the Zero Emission Space and Water Heating Incentive Program. It's really about offering rebates up to $4,000 for families and small businesses to install heat pumps to replace gas or propane space heaters. So again, it's on the flyer. You can go to aqmd.gov and look at Go Zero and get more details. So thank you very much.
Hector Bustos, Navreet Dhaliwal, and Sandra.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council. My name is Hector Bustos, and I proudly serve as the president of the Board of Education at Santa Ana Unified. Tonight, I'm speaking not only on behalf of myself, but on behalf of the thousands of students and families who call Santa Ana home, the same families that you represent, the same families who are now living in fear because of a recent surge in violent federal immigration enforcement in our community here in Santa Ana. We've heard the stories from our schools, children who are afraid to walk to school, parents who are scared to leave for work, families unsure if they'll have a place to live next month because a parent who was a sole breadwinner of the family has been detained. These are not distant issues. These are stories, the realities that our students are bringing into the classroom every single morning. At SAUSD, we have done our part and everything in our power to ensure that our schools remain safe havens for our students and community. We have clear district-wide protocols to prevent immigration enforcement from entering our campuses without proper legal documentation. We have trained our front office staff and educators on how to respond to immigration enforcement actions and how to protect the rights of the students and the families. We have reached over 10,000 community members through Know Your Rights workshops that we've done in collaboration with organizations like the Orange County Justice Fund and the Orange County Rapid Response Network. We're partnering with local organizations to host food drives and personally deliver groceries to families in need. We continue to offer virtual options for our students who may need to remain home due to fear or family hardship. We're providing a multi-tiered system of support to address the mental health needs of our students. And so in short, we're doing our part as a school district. We're working every day to shield our students from the fear and instability caused by this enforcement. But as much as we're doing, we can't do it alone. And as you've heard from our superintendent presentation earlier today, we're deeply committed to providing high quality instruction and safe learning environments for our students. But we can't expect our students to perform well academically when their parents are being torn away from them. And that's why I'm here to urge you to expand funding for the Ayuda Sin Fronteras Financial Assistance Program. Through this program, the city has already provided critical support to SAUSD families facing detention, job loss, and housing security. Within our district alone, 67 applications were submitted, 49 were funded or withdrawn by the family themselves, and 18 went underfunded simply because the resources ran out. We still have 22 more families that we've identified that didn't even get to apply because these funds have been exhausted. So we ask you and we beg that you please expand the funds, that you provide more for our families that are in need so that we can continue to support our children here in Santa Ana. Thank you.
Before I begin, I want to just send some condolences for the family that just spoke today. That was obviously nothing that anybody wanted to hear, and a very heavy thing for people to have to endure their lives. So, good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Navreet Singh Dhaliwal. I have the sincere privilege of serving as the board president for the Frida Cinema, Orange County's only nonprofit art house cinema. I want to begin by expressing my gratitude for the past and continued support of the Frida and recognizing the vital role that arts play in shaping Santa Ana's identity. The Frida has been more than a movie theater. It's been a gathering place. We've partnered with dozens of local organizations, schools, and artists to create a public space where culture, creativity, and community intersect. Every first Saturday, Art Walk brings the spirit of those streets. And the Frida is proud to host and uplift the artists and the small businesses who depend on it for their livelihood and viability. Your sponsorship in the past has helped us not only keep the tradition alive, but expand it, ensuring that Art Walk remains an open, welcoming, and accessible celebration for everyone who calls Santa Ana home. It's also been a really big joy to see a lot of you present at the theater itself, not just as policymakers, but as patrons and neighbors. Your presence reminds us that when we invest in the arts, we invest in connection, in belonging, and in the well-being of our city. Thank you again for your partnership and your continued belief in what we can create together.
Next three speakers, Sandra, Tanya Nava, and Dale Helvig.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Sandra. I'm the Director of Legal Strategy and Policy at the OC Rapid Response Network. I am here in support of item 17. As you guys know, Sunday was awful for our communities. One of our partners actually reached out to El Consulado, and it was confirmed that 16 folks were arrested, and many of these folks without criminal records. Not that that matters. Our constituents are our constituents. It's just terrible. You guys can see that actually our chambers are very empty today. When I walked here, there was no line. I would have expected many of our community members to come out and express their anger and fears of what is happening right now. But unfortunately, right now we're actually seeing special response teams from ICE now in our communities with semi-automatic rifles and other tactical weapons that were basically pointed at our community members here in Santa Ana. So I have theories as to why that is. Santa Ana is a very, it's a very beautiful city that resists every day, and we know our rights, and we have been knowing our rights, and they had to use a special response team to come into our communities to basically show us a lesson that if we resist, even with peaceful protests, they are here in our community. So right now there are 16 individuals that were taken on Sunday, right? Myself and members from our team, actually SAUSD folks were there today, individual patrollers were there today, right? I was at the operation that happened on McFadden and Standard. It was an ATF and ICE joint operation. I'm actually just getting a hotline call right now. We actually get more hotline calls in terms of immigration than SAPD does because there is so much distrust in this police department that actually gets a lot or most of our budget. So if you, I don't even know what to say anymore because now we're getting hit by ICE every day and Border Patrol or a mix of both agencies. But it is a pandemic and people call our hotline. They're probably calling our hotline right now for rental assistance, but this is one of the most common things that people need. And we know that when our families here in Santa Ana have their immediate needs met, they have a likelier chance at getting their loved ones out of ICE detention. So please, please support and enhancing Ayuda Sin Fronteras. Thank you.
Tanya Nava, Dale Helvig, Victor Bednes.
Hi, City Council. My name is Tanya Navarro, and I'm the organizing director with Chispa, a local Santanera, and a member of the OC Rapid Response Network. On Sunday, the ICE raid that took place on October 19th wasn't an isolated incident. It's part of a coordinated campaign of fear that's been targeting Santa Ana for months. Raids at homes, workplaces, lunch trucks, and day labor corners. ICE, CBP, and DHS have moved through this city with impunity, violently disappearing our people in front of their children, their coworkers, and their neighbors. This violence doesn't just disappear when ICE vans drive off. It lives in our bodies and it ripples across many different areas. ICE has made their strategy known. They're targeting breadwinners to weaponize financial insecurity against families. That means our community members they can't get their basic needs met. They can't fill their fridges, they can't get medications, they can't pay their rent, and they can't free their families. I've personally heard ICE agents laugh while pressuring a woman to sign her own deportation notice after arresting her husband at his court hearing. One of the agents angrily asked her, "Well, what are you gonna do? Have you even thought about that?" While her child sobbed next to her. That's not law enforcement. That's psychological warfare. Santa Ana's people are doing their part. Mutual aid networks are stepping up, churches, small businesses, organizers, groups like Lucha, OCRN, and many on-the-ground activists are responding to these attacks. We're standing in this gap while the city takes its time to respond. The largest gap I've heard when speaking to community members is needing resources to pay their rent and stay housed. We had nearly 200 people sign our petition in 24 hours to join in our demand that the City Council continue to do its part by immediately expanding and funding the Ayuda Sin Fronteras program. First, expand the fund by at least $500,000 and move towards restoring the full $1 million from the city's $74 million reserve fund. These reserves exist for moments of crisis. This is a crisis. Second, fix the process. Families can't wait for weeks for updates while they're being evicted. Prioritize households where breadwinners are being detained, and make sure low-income families get the support first. Every day this funding is delayed is another day that family risks losing their home, another child that risks going to bed hungry, and another resident loses faith that this city cares about them and their community. Santa Ana has long claimed to celebrate its immigrant community. We paint it on walls, we say it in speeches, we build our image around it, but now's the moment to prove that it's more than symbolism. Now's the time to act.
Good evening, Dale Helvig, Ward 3. Good evening, Mayor, council members, city staff. Last night I received 21 of the 35 public records requests which outlined the contributions for your $10,000 that each one of you are allotted. It was good to see many organizations that you guys support. I think it was fabulous to look at. I sent that list to you guys. Hopefully you had a chance to look at it. It's not complete. Once I get the other 14 things, I'll complete it and send it to you again. I asked for this because at the last meeting, one of the residents brought up an issue where It dealt with Little Arabia and the money that was sent to support that event. The resident felt that that money could have and should have probably been used for residents within Santa Ana, whether it to be supporting housing, food, emotional support, or whatever. And as far as I know, the policy is to support organizations that either do business in Santa Ana or support activities within Santa Ana. And I think that point was missed because, Ms. Lopez, you responded by taking a defensive attitude towards it. I know you support many activities both inside and outside the city, and I think that's good. But what you said was, I know not everybody values diversity, and that's a real shame. And I agree, it's a real shame if you don't support diversity, but that wasn't the point that this guy was trying to make. It was support the people within Santa Ana. We can't go outside and support other communities monetarily. You know, if you want to go to parades or events outside of the city, then that's appropriate. I think that list that I provided shows that 98% of those activities that you guys support fall into that category, and they should. You know, there were organizations in there, Viet LA, Little League organizations, Pony Leagues, Hispanic 100, Helping Hands, United Fathers of America, all great organizations that could be utilized. But when you donate 1/4 of your $10,000 to Anaheim, which gave the appearance of political posturing for an area that you're essentially, you know, looking for votes at for your next election, I think it's wrong. And so I'm going to submit a request for the policy and see if we're really following it to the letter of the law. So thank you.
Victor Mendez, Ward 3. I'm also speaking as president of the Zoo District Neighborhood Association, and I'm just really lost by words by those residents who came up talking about the loss of their son and their friend. I live in that neighborhood, as you know. I don't live too far from the Southern Hotel. And I thought we were doing pretty good, but sadly, there's still a lot of work to do. And Ms. Lopez, you have to get this job done. I think we have people that are willing to work. I'm willing to work, but I don't ever want to hear something like that again. There will be consequences and hell to play if I ever hear something like that come out from a resident again. The days of people overdosing and dying like that are over. It has to stop today. Please do your jobs. You're good people. You're intelligent people. I know we have good police people. This can get done. We will beat it, but you're going to have to help out. You know, I had a very good response from Justin Brown. Judson was able to kind of close one of the last parts of our long-standing negotiation with Jamboree and Pacific over at Metro East, and he's been able to, what looks like to bring some supportive services into our community, which are very much needed. We have suicides in our community, in our complex. We have people that have mental health needs, a lot of issues. But it's really good to see that he's come up with a very good, robust offering, and we're looking forward to it. So thank you, Judson, and we're looking forward to hearing more about that fence, Mayor. Tourism. Number 10, great idea. California lost their standing as a number 4 economy down to number 5 because of tourism. Whoever had this idea, great timing, let's support it. I'm also a supporter of intra-tourism, meaning let's get our neighbors together and go to these hot spots. Let's get these dollars going. I had a very good discussion today with the UCLA Theater, Film and Television School about bringing some UCLA productions out to this community, and they're very enthused about that. So there'll be more on that later, but I'm trying to also work with my former college or university to be part of other communities, and I want Santa Ana to be at the forefront of that. I care about what goes on here. Lastly, as my friend Desi talked about the first rehab project being on hold, he articulated it very briefly. this will be, putting this project on hold is an economic impact. It's an impact of public safety. We do need to clean up First Street in more ways than one, and you heard a very chilling testimony of why. I would really encourage a thoughtful discussion on moving forward, or maybe there's some good reasons why we can't. But to not move forward this time will affect housing sales, our retail base, our public safety. We have 800 children in this community. They need to be protected. Thank you.
Victor. Mayor and City Council, that concludes the public speakers. We also had nobody on Zoom when we started public comments.
Madam City Clerk, you said we have nobody on Zoom.
That's correct.
Great, thank you. All right, at this time, we're going to go into the consent calendar items. 4 through 16 are before us. Council members, when I call upon you, please announce any items that you'll be abstaining from due to conflict, if there are any. And then if you want to request to pull an item, please state that. I will be starting. I'm going to pull items 10, 11, 14, and 15. Councilmember Fan.
Nothing, because you pulled the items I was going to pull. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Mayor Pro Tem.
Same items.
All righty. Councilmember Lopez.
No items to pull.
Councilmember Penalosa.
No items, Mayor. I'll move the balance.
I'll second. Let's prepare to vote, please. Can you do a roll call, Madam Clerk?
Sure, I did open the electronic voting as well, but motion by Mayor, Councilmember Penalosa, seconded by Mayor Mesqua to approve consent calendar items 4 through 16 with the exceptions of items 10, 11, 14, and 15 pulled for separate consideration. Councilmember Lopez?
Yes.
Councilmember Penalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Mesqua?
Yes.
Vote is 5 ayes, no nays, with absences by Councilmembers Hernandez and Becerra. Motion carries. First item pulled is item number 10, Mayor.
Thank you. I just want to thank the city manager and the cities of Garden Grove, Fountain Valley, that have formalized this collaborative project together. You know, Mr. City Manager, you and your team, since you've been on board, I don't even think it's been 2 years yet. I just have a comment, but when I pulled this item, is thank you for all the hard work, and you are collaborating with other cities, with businesses, our school district. I had never seen the superintendent here from Santa Ana Unified, so I just wanted to personally thank you and your team for the hard work that you are doing to improve things in our city and move projects along. So with that, I want to say thank you, and I'll make a motion to move the item.
I'll second.
Any other comments? Councilmember Fan?
Yeah, thank you so much to our city manager team, economic development team. You know, obviously, as the first Vietnamese American elected here, I'm very proud of the work that this council has done to not only remind the city as well as the Little Saigon community, which has the highest number of Vietnamese Americans in the world outside of the country of Vietnam, that the Vietnamese American community in Santa Ana is one that is highly underutilized and has not been supported for a very long time. So I very much look forward to our collaboration and what we can do, because this is about bringing economic development to the city of Santa Ana. It's not just about culture or history, but it truly is about ensuring the future of our economy, the future of our community, and ensuring that our residents have jobs nearby, that our children have opportunities to learn from each other. So I look forward to getting updates to seeing how all this works, because there's a lot going on here. And I understand that the City of Garden Grove is taking the lead on this, so I'm very excited to see what's next. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fan. Mayor Pro Tem?
I also want to echo the words of the mayor and Councilmember Fan. This is beautiful. I want to congratulate the staff for putting this together. I know when Northgate opened Mercado and Costa Mesa, we were worried, like, why not us? But I said, I'll take a Vietnamese Mercado on Harbor. Give me that. That's where I want to go visit, because I get my carnitas down the street. I live right next to El Toro. I'm gonna walk over there. But a Vietnamese Mercado on Harbor and a place to take the trolley to would be great. So if the trolley comes down my street, I'm gonna head over when this is all said and done and visit Little Saigon again when it was started in Santa Ana. So I really appreciate this and thank you for bringing this forward.
Any other speakers? I don't see none. I'll make a motion.
We already did, Mayor.
Oh, I did? Did anybody second?
I second it.
Okay, go ahead.
So
Madam
we have a
Clerk.
motion by Mayor Mesqua, seconded by Councilmember Peñalosa to approve a memorandum of understanding between the cities of Santa Ana, Garden Grove, and Fountain Valley. Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez?
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Mesqua?
Yes.
Vote is 6 ayes, no nays, with the absence by Councilmember Becerra. Motion carries. Next item is item number 11, Mayor.
Thank you. If you want to speak, council, please lift up your mic so I can see, because my computer, I don't really look at it, I'm looking here. So with that, on item number 11, I also just wanted to make a comment, and that's why I pulled it. I'm in full support of this item. I look forward to the work that we'll be doing with the downtown Santa Ana, the Art Walk, with Logan, with all the people who came to speak tonight. It's very important for our community. It's very important for our children. You know, there's a partnership with the school district. I've even seen Garden Grove Unified down here. Since I can remember when they started doing the Art Walks, this is I think it's one of the best events that we have in our city. And so with that, I would like to publicly say thank you to everybody who's involved in that. And then I'm going to be supporting the item and make a motion.
I'll second your motion with a comment, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Hernandez. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to thank the members of the Frida Cinema for coming out here today. Thank you all for your leadership, and a big token of our gratitude to Logan Crow as well. Since we've entered into a contract agreement with Frida Cinema Theater, we have seen more students engaged in the downtown. We're seeing more partnerships come out of the downtown, and we're seeing more local businesses engaged. This is important to all of us here on the council, so I just want to continue to echo that sentiment. Continue to partner with Santa Ana Unified School District, expand that partnership into Garden Grove. We want to invite our students out as well. The Santa Anita community is part of Santa Ana. Many of those students attend school in Garden Grove, so we want to make sure that the downtown is a home for those students too. I want us to continue to partner with our local businesses, especially those that are central to the downtown. Let's partner with nonprofit organizations like OCTAC. I see you guys work with them a lot. Any way that we can get more a two-pronged approach, right? Family and child involved in the downtown. I think that that's going to help us with public safety, having a safer downtown that's more family friendly. I would like to see us do more work in line with the city's events. So like when the city does Chicano Heritage Month, maybe we incorporate some of that into the downtown. We have Black History Month, incorporating some Black organizations into the downtown. Fiestas Patrias, incorporating the API community into the downtown art walk as well. And those will be my closing comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fan?
Hi, Mr. City Manager. I believe I did bring this up in our agenda review, but this seems like a pretty standard professional services agreement, and I did see their letter of interest. I just want to know, because the city is providing a lot of funding, that any type of promotional activity related to Art Walk is going to include the city's logo, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, because I would like to make sure that everybody knows that the city of Santa Ana itself is directly working with and sponsoring these types of cultural events. It's not just something that, we're not, how shall we say, riding along solely on the coattails of, individual businesses or communities or nonprofits. The city is investing in the arts and culture here. So I would love to see all of that come to fruition. Thank you.
Understood.
Thank you. I don't see any other mics up.
I'll make a motion to approve, Mayor.
I'll second.
We actually already had a motion on the floor from the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Hernandez.
Oh, there you go. Let's vote.
To approve the agreement to sponsor the DTSA First Saturday Art Walk organized by the Frida Cinema. Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez?
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Mesqua?
Yes.
Vote of 6 ayes, no nays, with absence by Councilmember Becerra. Motion carries. Next item is item number 14.
Thank you. I don't normally pull items for comments, but I did tonight, and so I want to just be brief. so we can get through the meeting. It's just a really important item, 17. I'm looking forward to that item. But number 14 is an agreement with Musco Sports Lighting LLC to provide LED sports lighting at Centennial Park. Mr. City Manager, how long was that project on the shelf? I hope it wasn't since Councilman Penelosa has been in diapers.
It has been a long time, but we did present it as part of the budget approval in this past June, July, got approved, and here we are, 3 months later, given the contract, so make sure we expedite and put in the lights in Centennial Park that's long-standing for, I don't know, 20, 25 years, I heard.
Yeah, and that's why I bring it up. You know, we're policymakers up here. What we should be doing up here is pushing policy and filling potholes and putting lights and, you know, hiring staff and taking care of our police officers, our quality of life. That's really why I think the majority of us, all of us sit up here and want to do. So when I saw this, I was like, wow, thank you so much. I know Councilmember Fan was like, yes, 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 get that money. And we all supported it in the budget. But again, I'm going to say 20, 25 years in the making. In your 18 months, you brought that forward to the council with your staff, your leadership, and here we are. Here we are today. So with that, thank you very much to all the city staff that worked on this. Thank you to you, Mr. City Manager, Deputy City Manager, the Assistant City Manager, all of the city staff that worked on this. I cannot wait to see the lights in Centennial Park. I don't like going there at night, it's dark. I'm also looking forward to the new clean water in the lake and the ducks coming back. And so, and maybe some turtles. Why no turtles? Oh, whatever. We'll have a conversation later. Okay. So I might drop a turtle in there. Somebody could arrest me. DC, you didn't hear that. But anyways, all right. So I just wanted to say thank you again, because I think what we're seeing with your leadership is that you're taking things off the shelf that have been sitting for quite some time, like Logan, and with your staff and you at the helm of the city as a city manager, we're moving things through. And I know Councilmember Fan's really, really happy with the lights in Centennial. So with that, I'll make a motion.
I'll second, Mayor. With
comments?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Councilmember Fan wanted to.
Go ahead, Councilmember Fan.
No, I also just wanted to thank you, Mr. City Manager, for having this before us so quickly after we approved it back in June. I think this is what, me coming from the private sector, is what I expect of these projects. I mean, there's so many things up here that are prioritized by the city council, but we go years and years without any movement on them. So thank you for prioritizing projects that the community pushes, projects that the city council unanimously pushes for, and that's what we want to continue seeing, is having these projects that we approve, and then years and years and years go by and no movement is seen. So I know we're seeing a lot of different areas where we're seeing improvements there. So thank you for applying that gentle pressure where it's needed. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilmember Fan?
I was trying to look for my video.
Okay, never mind. Councilman Hernandez?
No, I found it. Hold on. Let's see if we can hear it. Okay, go ahead.
I'll be brief with my comment. I just want to thank our city manager's office, Parks and Rec as well. You guys prioritized this project, Public Works. Lighting is imperative to not only keeping our parks lit, but it's also helps with the perception of safety. So if we have well-lit parks, people are going to feel more comfortable using them. So I want to thank you all for prioritizing this project. This is where we host a number of our largest events. So I hope that having a brighter lit park means that some of these events can go a little bit longer. So thank you all for the good work. That'll complete my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fan?
Thank you. Okay, so back during Earth Day, when we were planting trees at Centennial Park, we had some really wonderful helpers, some of our local youth soccer players playing. They've been there for a long time. They were helping plant the trees. I don't know if you can hear this because I didn't plan in advance for it, but so they brought it up to him.
I have no idea what they said.
They said we need lights.
Oh.
Because when it's 5 o'clock, it's dark out, and these kids will play in the dark until their games are done, and these families are out there, and I'm just so proud that this is a priority, because echoing Councilmember Hernandez, this is not just about lighting our parks for aesthetic reasons. It's for safety, it's to encourage youth participation, it's to keep families in our parks, which will keep them clean, which will keep them used, which will keep them safe. I think that it hits every single part of our strategic plan and what we want to achieve here in the city of Santa Ana, whether it's about building community, building education, building youth, and really making sure that we all come together. And I'm just so excited that once we have this, some of our large city events held at Centennial Park can go maybe a little bit later, and really give it another life that we haven't had yet. So thank you so much for making this happen. Director Rosas, I'm looking at you. I will come for you if you don't deliver these lights on time. We need it. And with that, I am very much excited to support this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other, Madam Clerk?
Motion by Mayor Mesqua, seconded by Councilmember Peñalosa, to approve an agreement with Musco Sports Lighting LLC to provide LED sports lighting at Centennial Park and determine that the actions are exempt from further review under CEQA. Councilmember Hernandez? Yes. Councilmember Lopez?
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Mesqua?
Yes.
Vote is 6 ayes, no nays, with an absence by Councilmember Becerra. Motion carries.
All
Item
right.
15.
I'll motion to approve.
No, it's the Cypress Center, item 15. She's
Yeah,
got it
she
called
just
in.
called it.
Oh,
Nobody
she
said
did.
anything,
I'm so
so I
sorry.
motion it to approve.
I'll second it. I apologize. Councilmember Fan was talking to me over here. Really quick, again, comment. You know, Councilman Hernandez does it, so I don't do this. So I'm doing this tonight. And even though Council Peñalosa is like, hurry up.
Setting trends over here.
Right. So the Cypress Center restoration project, I am looking forward to having a library there, the Pell Center, a senior center, and so much more. And I think Councilman Peñalosa said it best a few minutes ago about you are making projects happen quickly and not messy, but we're getting things done. And up here on the dais, we move policy, we take votes, we want to do what's best for the community, and this is where we are today. Now we're moving forward with the Cypress Station. So with that, I really thank you. I went out there and toured it with, you know, a couple of city staff members, with you, Mr. City Manager, our police department, and other people. And it was good to see the inside of it, what's going to happen, and just picture what it will look like when it's done. So thank you for all of your work, again, to you and your staff. I cannot stress it enough that, you know, when we vote on things and items and just policy that, you know, or splash pads, you know, or a dog park that Councilman Peñalosa has been waiting for how many years?
8.
8 years?
Going on 8.
Going on 8 years, which he'll be having his dog park soon. We'll be voting on that. I mean, we'll be seeing it soon. So I just really want to thank you. And that's all I pulled the item for, is just to thank everybody that worked on that. And I can't wait to get started and seeing all the great work that's going to happen there. And that neighborhood needs it. And so I'm happy that we supported it. Any other comments? Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you so much. And I want to thank the staff as well, but I especially want to thank my peers, the mayor and council, for bringing it up in budget and making sure we got this paid for. And I love it. Thank you for doing this. This work was awesome. This wasn't done. You know, this work and this vision was pushed forward by the community of Pacific Park. It was the grassroots people that live there that have been doing it for a while. They've been coming here asking us, and they pushed it through. And I'm glad to be just a tiny part of it. Council member who ushered it in, and happy that they did the work. But once again, I want to appreciate the work of this council and the mayor who got it through on this budget. And thank you guys for following through and doing the work. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other, there was a motion and a second.
Motion by Councilmember Peñalosa, seconded by Councilmember Hernandez, to approve the recommended actions for item 15, inclusive of awarding a construction contract to Low and Green Inc. for the Cypress Center restoration project and determining that the actions are exempt from further review under CEQA. Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez?
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Mesqua?
Yes.
Vote is 6 ayes, no nays, with recorded absence by Councilmember Becerra. Motion carries. That
Thank you.
concludes the consent calendar, Mayor.
Yes, that's the end of the consent calendar. We're going to the business calendar. And first agenda item is item 17, Ayuda Sin Fronteras program. I'm just going to make a comment, and then I'll open it up to the council. In June of 2025, in response to federal immigration enforcement actions, I proposed canceling several city events to reallocate $1 million for an emergency fund to assist immigrant families. The proposed cancellations included several events. I don't need to name them. The goal was to free up funds for the impacted community and reduce the risk of federal immigration actions. However, on July 1st, we did not get the support for the $1 million. Instead, we received 10% budget from each event, which left us with $100,000 for the Ayuda Sin Fronteras program. While the program provides housing, utility assistance to residents impacted by immigration enforcement, we could have done a lot more with $1 million, and we could still be doing more. So with that, I would like to ask Mr. City Manager, and thank you for working with MDEF, with Immigrant Defenders, and the other groups that we're working with that. So my first question, Mr. City Manager, and I'll open it up to the council members, is I would like to recommend another $150,000 to $200,000. And my question to you is, can we locate it in departments throughout the city? There are some positions that are not filled. Can you talk about that a little bit, please?
So in preparation of this meeting, and because we did have a discussion, so we already have asked our finance director to see if we can evaluate adding additional funds. I think if we look across the city agencies for first quarter salary savings, we should be able to come out with some 150,000. If we get more, then we'll do that also.
So you're saying today, what you're saying, we have about $100,000 to $150,000 we could.
We're looking into that, but that's possibly what we can do at this point.
Okay.
Again, first quarter salary savings, that's what we're looking to do.
First quarter salary savings, okay. And as we move on and the need continues, we'll bring this, can you please bring this item back so as needed?
Correct. Our intention is to follow the same format, come back within 90 days, provide an update, see how many families have, like we did this report, and if there's a need, if we have more, then that's what we continue to do.
Thank you. And I want to thank you because if you look at item 17 from the staff report that was written up here, it says that we have assisted a total of 101 households, which was 198 individuals. 81 households received utility assistance only. 5 households received rental assistance only. 15 households received both rent and utility support. And so it was a very good staff write-up. There also was a comment in here that there has been a steadily decline, but we know that after this weekend, there will be additional requests. And so we want to, my recommendation, that's why I brought it up, is to approve another $100,000. And I don't want, anybody watching from home or anybody here to think that I'm saying, Mr. City Manager, take this from, where we need it for public safety, quality of life, COLT, filling our potholes. What you're saying is that you're looking across different departments, is that correct?
Yes, we're looking to share the wealth, if you will.
I want to be very clear on that so that there is no mistake of where we are getting the money from if it is approved up here.
Again, depending on what we can do, we'll do an evaluation, but we're looking at first quarter salary savings to the extent that we can provide additional money. If there's concerns, we'll bring it back to City Council for City Council approval and consideration.
And Mr. Garcia, Mr. City Manager, we are only assisting Santa Ana families, is that correct?
That's correct.
And there's a process?
They go through an application process with intake, verification of utility bills and rental agreements, and we maintain files on all applicants who receive money.
Thank you. And so my motion is that we locate, and thank you, Mr. City Manager, for another $100,000, $150,000. I'm sure Kat and her staff, I see you, Alex, nodding yes, we'll find it so that we can assist our families. And so are there any other comments? Mayor Pro Tem, I see you.
Thank you so much for that. I know it's a receive and file, so I'll keep it short.
Yeah, sorry. I just want to be really clear about why we're doing this.
It's a great idea.
That's what I was just speaking to staff about. It's a receive and file and just your kind of direction. We're not taking a vote on it.
Mayor Pro Tem, can you help with the direction, please?
I agree with the mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any other comments? Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. City Manager, thank you to your office for carrying out the deliverables of what is important to this council. We wanted to make sure that we reached people at a time of need, and as evidenced, we have. We don't want to cut back on the ability to help people amidst a very difficult time. So I'm hearing it's a priority to my colleagues. I would like for us to prioritize bringing this back, just as you mentioned, within the next 90 days. Furthermore, find those monies. 150,000, I think, should be the minimum of what we're funding here. But I just want to say thank you, and I'm supportive.
Councilmember Lopez.
Yes, thank you. So my comments aren't going to be that different, City Manager. I think this is going to be something that the council discusses on an ongoing basis. So just so that all the departments are prepared, just so that your leadership is prepared in figuring out from all the departments who have savings, who can contribute to this fund that supports our constituents. Because I don't think, another 100,000, 150 is going to meet the demand that exists in our city. And so the more that you can bring back, the better. And I would also, some of the feedback that the city has received from the providers, I would like to see that feedback implemented just to make sure that we're servicing the people that need this urgently. So thank you.
Councilmember Fenn.
Thank you. Thank you so much for providing this report. I think that it's really important that, when we are providing this type of assistance, just like we did with COVID funds, that we let our residents know where the money is going. I look forward to the program, whatever we're going to be bringing back, because there is a need, and I would still like to see these types of reports as we continue along. I think it's important for all of us to be flexible and to respond to the ongoing changes that we see. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Penaloza.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, city staff and city manager, for bringing this report to us. This is something that's very important. I wish that the people that spoke in support of this today would have come back in June when the mayor proposed $1 million fund to assist our families, but it wasn't politically convenient. So I would continue to support this. We are only 4 months into the fiscal year, or 3 months. So there's still a lot of festivals that the city has planned over the next 8 months where we could continue to look at that. And I know staff has made comments in the past that they have seen a decline in attendance at our festivals. So is this really a right way to spend the city's resources when our city is under attack? So let's continue to be creative in finding funding where we can. I'm supportive of revisiting those events as we move forward through the fiscal year. And those are my comments. But yeah, let's see how we can do it. Thank you, Mayor, for your effort to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Penaloza. And Mr. City Manager, I agree with him as well. Let's look at what events we're going to have as we go into the new year, as Councilman Penaloza had indicated, because yes, they're important. However, I think keeping our families in their homes and providing them with services is far more important than a festival. So with that, we're good? Okay. Item number 18.
I'm sorry, Mayor. If we could still have a vote on the receive and file portion of the
I'll make a motion.
I'll second. Go ahead.
A motion by Councilmember Penaloza, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez, to receive and file the Ayuda Sin Fronteras Program Tenant Assistance Update. Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez?
Yes.
Councilmember Penaloza?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Mesqua?
Yes.
Vote is 6 ayes, no nays. Reported absence by Councilmember Becerra. Motion carries. Thank you.
Item 18. Resolution in support of Proposition 50, a legislative constitutional amendment authorizing temporary changes to congressional district maps in response to partisan redistricting. Comments by council members?
Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilman Penaloza.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank city staff for bringing this so quickly. I know we brought it up 2 weeks ago, and thank you to my colleagues for supporting this. I've been getting a lot of hate criticism on social media and via email, and you know what? It is what it is. Like, this is something that's important because Proposition 50 is bigger than California alone. By supporting this measure, we send a powerful message to the entire nation. California will always stand on the side of democracy, transparency, and integrity. And most importantly, so will the city of Santa Ana. and I'm proud to cast an aye vote for this, a yes vote. This is about protecting our residents, our democracy, our citizens. It's about protecting everything that our citizens fight for every single day in the city, and I'm happy to support it. And with that, Mayor, I will make a motion to approve.
I'll second your motion with a brief comment.
Go ahead, Councilman Hernandez.
Just want to share that I'm supportive of the item and would like to see it move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's prepare to vote.
I have
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
To the maker of the motion, I have a friendly amendment if the city would also follow up with the press release. In the past, when the council has endorsed ballot measures, we've announced it via a press release.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
That's something that we should do. Yeah, I accept the friendly amendment. Thank you, Councilmember Lopez.
Motion by Councilmember Peñalosa, seconded by Councilmember Hernandez, to approve a resolution of the City Council of the City of Santa Ana in support of the 2025 California Proposition 50, use of legislative congressional redistricting map amendment, and to issue a press release upon its approval. Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez?
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Mescua?
Yes.
Vote is 6 ayes, no nays, with a recorded absence by Councilmember Becerra. Motion carries.
Thank you. That's the end of the business calendar. At this time, Mr. City Manager, can we please hear your comments?
All right, we have quite a bit. Just good updates. The City of Santa Ana has received several awards recently. The American Planning Association, the APA California Chapter Orange Section, has honored the city with 3 awards recognizing outstanding contributions in urban design, inclusive planning, and public sector excellence. So the city received the Advancing Diversity and Social Change Award for the White Place Permanent Supported Housing Project. Our planning division received the Planning Agency Excellence Award for the exceptional work that has improved quality of life in the business community in Santa Ana, as well as established Santa Ana as a leader in urban design. And we also received the Urban Design Award for the Rafferty by Toll Brothers mixed-use project in downtown Santa Ana. In addition, the American Institute of Architects Orange County chapter recognized our Memorial Park Aquatic Center with the Design Merit Award. This design award celebrates exceptional and innovative architectural achievements. You can see it for yourself when the Aquatic Center opens in 2026. Regarding events in our city, join the Santa Ana Library for the Day of the Dead celebration at the Delhi branch on Saturday. That means this weekend, October 25 from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. Again, Delhi branch, Day of the Dead, Saturday, October 25 from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. The spectacular open house at Jerome Recreation Center is also on Saturday, October 25 from 2 to 5 p.m. Register now at the city's website. Boo at the Zoo continues this weekend at Santa Ana Zoo on October 25 and 26 from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. each night. And then the 3rd annual Dia de los Muertos Magic of the Altar celebration is on Saturday, November 1 from 3 to 6 p.m. at Roosevelt Walker Community Center. And then finally, on the Work Center component, first time as far as the Apprenticeship Career Fair, where the workforce, for those looking for a new career, the Santa Ana Work Center is hosting an Apprenticeship Career Fair on Tuesday, October 28 from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at 801 West Civic Center, Suite 200. We are proud to partner with Western State Carpenters and the Laborers Local 652 to offer the career fair in this community. That'd be all from me, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. I had to hold up the flyer while you were talking so everybody could see it. All right, let's go to council member comments. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you so much. I am looking forward to the season. Dia de los Muertos is upon us, and invite everybody to come to downtown Santa Ana on the first Saturday. We do have Viva la Vida and Noche de Altares, 2 great events, makes up our big Santa Ana's Dia de los Muertos festivities here. I'm looking forward to everybody, and good luck to all the organizers. That being said, we have been under ICE raids here in Santa Ana. They came back strong against us, and we've had people support us. We've had groups that are rapid response, and if you can join and take their training and be part of that group, it is well appreciated. There's Defensa Santa Ana. You can find them on Instagram. OC Community Self-Defense Coalition. There's Santa Ana Stands Up. They're on Facebook. And OC Rapid Response Network. doing the work. And we all got to do our parts. If you can donate into mutual aid funds, if you can take your time, and if you could just do it during your ride to work, if you could take a longer ride, I'm going to ask you to sign up to stopice.net or call the number. You can find it on my Instagram. Call the number, and if you see ICE on the streets, you can report it. It'll be mapped out. If you need to know where ICE is, it's a good place to go look. It'll be mapped up first thing that happens in the morning. So if you could, appreciate you or joining one of these organizations, but for the very least, take a longer ride home, come back the long way from work, and support all of us. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Councilmember Lopez, please.
Yes, thank you. City Clerk and Council, I would like to conclude tonight's meeting in memory of Kent Wong, who is a teacher, or was a teacher, an organizer, and really just a moral voice and a champion of nonviolent resistance, who recently passed away. And Kent brought together unions, students, and community partners into a powerful movement for worker dignity and multiracial democracy. And I know that a lot of people in our community, whether they were part of the UCLA campus or family or the labor community, different spaces that he was in, really have felt his absence and our mourning, his passing. And so I would like to conclude tonight's meeting in his honor. And I would also like us to, during the November 4th meeting or whenever you see fit, City Manager, the mayor and I have publicly shared our support for increasing the fund for our immigrant defenders contracts. And that is another area of need for our residents because legal services, legal barriers are the number one concern or reason why people are not represented. And so I've heard support for that, and so I would like to see that come back. Let me know if that's something that you want as a council member requested item, or if your office can lead that initiative on behalf of our constituents. I would also like the city to share on social media and via the city's newsletter the family preparedness plan that Immigrant Defenders has put together. It's a really well planned. It really details all the documents that immigrant families need to have, whether it's from their medical offices, legal documents, who's going to look after our kids, who's going to look after the elderly if somebody from our household is taken. And so those are all the things that our families are going through in this moment, and I would like to see the city share that factual information. So thank you. On the topic of East 1st Street, as it has been said today, right? We are the policymakers. We give direction to you, the city manager, and you, the city manager, is responsible for carrying out that policy. And I know, because of all the conversations we've had, that this is the most amount of resources that the city and PD has put into East 1st. And I know when officers go, the area commander goes into different neighborhoods, that's what they tell our residents. This is the most amount of work we've ever done. Of course, we always hear back from our constituents, it's not enough. And we get it. Things change every day on a single basis, but maybe I think it would be helpful for the residents, the neighborhood leaders, to get some sort of presentation about the work that has happened on East 1st Street, all of the resources that have gone into East 1st Street. We just had, closed session discussion about some of the things that we've done for the first time to address these issues on East 1st Street. And so, what I'm gonna tell you, the more information we can give residents, the better, right? And so bring back a presentation so that we can share with them all the work that is happening there. I think that would be beneficial for everybody to understand right? The form of government, as it has been discussed here before, because you and our staff are really the folks we have entrusted to help us resolve this issue. And as so many people up here have said, it's not going to be one person. It has to be all of us working together. It has to be all of us figuring out what works and what doesn't work, collecting data, reviewing that data, analyzing that data, and being open to new solutions that haven't been implemented in the past. So I would also like to congratulate Susie from Public Works for her retirement, but I do want to say, Susie, so many of my constituents are really upset. They really love you. All of the work that has gone on in terms of infrastructure and park investments in Ward 3, we've always been in those meetings with all of you, and so we congratulate you. We're sad to see you go, and we hope that you will come back when we celebrate some of the upcoming ribbon cutting ceremonies that we have planned for the improvements that are happening in the park. But we want to congratulate you, and we want to wish you a really beautiful retirement. And moreover, I just want to wish everybody happy Halloween. And November 4th is Election Day. Just vote, participate, exercise your right to vote. And I hope that all of our residents will exercise their right to vote. So thank you and have a good night.
Thank you. Councilmember Fan?
Thank you, Mayor. First, before I forget, I'd like to wish happy birthday to my nephew, Aiden. Very excited for him. And with that, thank you so much to staff for stepping up in responding to this unprecedented time that's affecting our community. I don't think we've ever seen something quite like this. And no one signs up to be a local government official or employee to do immigration work. That wasn't on the bingo card. We signed up to be a city attorney or city manager, but that's the world that we live in now. Cities can no longer avoid the consequences of statewide and national elections. And our residents cannot avoid those consequences either. What you decide to do affects all of us, and I'm really proud of the work that we've put in here, as well as very grateful for the work of our everyday residents, nonprofits, businesses, and neighbors for putting in the effort to help each other. I hope that everybody can use those resources that are available to them. I had a wonderful meeting with our new consul, a Mexican consul today, and if your family is from Mexico, please use them as a resource if you need anything, because they are here and they are interested in making sure our residents have the services that they require. And so with that, I wish everyone a happy and safe Halloween, and I'll see you next time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Fan. Councilman Hernandez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to thank the members of the public who came out to today's city council meeting, our city staff, for doing their due diligence in preparing today's agenda. And I want to start by standing with our Santa Ana community amidst a very challenging and traumatic weekend for 16 families. We saw the ICE raids come into some of the more vulnerable parts of Santa Ana, where people may begin, their day at a car wash, at a grocery store, or at a taqueria. These were 3 locations in Ward 5 that had been visited by ICE off of 5th and Harbor, very close to Articia Pilar, and bordering the Willard community as well. And so to the neighbors who are fearful, I want to reemphasize the importance of the city of Santa Ana working with the Immigrant Defenders Law Center. They can be reached at 213-634-0999. Again, that phone number is 213-634-0999. You can also reach them at info@immdef.org. Again, that is info@immdef.org. I also encourage my neighbors, if you do see presence of ICE in your city, to reach out to the Orange County Rapid Response Network. They can be reached at 714-881-1558. Again, that phone number is 714-881-1558. I would like to close in memory of Ace Frehley, a guitar player from KISS, and D'Angelo, an artist out of Detroit who was a neo-soul artist. Rest in peace to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Penalosa.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to start off by thanking our entire city staff, particularly the police department, for your trunk or treat event that you guys hosted last week. Every year it seems to grow more and more, and now you're incorporating Public Works, Parks and Rec, Library Department. I mean, everyone was out there in full force to serve thousands upon thousands of our community. So thank you for putting that event together. It was very beautiful to see, and see that it only keeps growing and growing. It's the most bizarre thing, but it's just a testament to our city and the support they have and the trust they have in our entire city department. So thank you for that. And with that said, I just wanted to announce that or thank our city staff for being in attendance in Long Beach last 2 weeks ago now. I would have the honor of being sworn in or elected by my peers on the Orange County League of Cities division. I'm the president now, serving our board, representing our city in Orange County and at the League of Cities with the state. I'm so excited, and just thank you, city staff, for being there. Our city manager, our police chief, our other city staff, assistant city managers were all there. So thank you for that, for being there in support. And to reiterate what my colleague, Councilmember Lopez, said about First Street, I completely agree. To the residents that spoke about First Street, best believe that all 7 of us, including Councilmember Lopez, have been trying to move earth to get those areas of the city addressed. So I would hope that it's tough to say, but just have some patience. It's a very tedious and costly effort by all of our departments, and know that the 7 of us up here are 100% aggressively fighting that. So please show us some little bit of grace is what all I ask. Even though it's frustrating, and I know I'm upset about it too, because it's not just First Street, it's citywide that we're dealing with, and we got the railroads, and it's a whole mess out there, and we're trying to really just get a hold of the problem through city resources, through PD, the legal way, and it's just been it's something that we're aggressively trying to address, and we're trying, but continue to voice out in support of that, please. With that, I won't say anything that hasn't already been said up here in regards to the attacks on our community that we've been seeing this entire year. I mean, it's very frustrating to see these places where I grew up going. This morning, where I grew up going to buy pan dulce with my grandma and my parents, be violated by these federal agencies and immigration. Hard to see the car wash that I was just at last week, getting a car wash on Bristol, have signs posted and pleading with their customers and saying, hey, we apologize for the delay. Your car might take a little longer because we're short-staffed. People aren't coming to work. They have signs posted all over the Bristol car wash. It's terrifying. It's heartbreaking. It's upsetting. It pisses me off to see our community be violated and attacked this way, and just continue to be safe, or try to stay safe, and not make unnecessary trips for the moment if you don't have to. But just know that you have this city support. You have we have a lot of resources on our city website that we've been trying to share as much as we can. But just know that we are with you, and we're all in this together. So we'll try to keep everyone updated as quickly as we can with the information that we receive, which isn't any, actually. So we're finding out about these raids and these attacks the second that the community finds out about them as well. So with that, Mayor, those are my comments. Just have a safe Halloween next week. This year has also been, I've mentioned this before, the amount of just tragic accidents that we see out on our streets every single day. Please be safe out there, community, when you're trick-or-treating and out and about. Yeah, that's it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman Penalosa. First of all, I'd like to give my condolences to the family that spoke tonight regarding Garrett and his overdose at the Sunland. So my condolences, and I'm very sorry for the family. There's no words, and you can't bring the family member back, and it's a very sad thing. And so, again, my condolences. And about First Street, Councilman Penalosa said it best, that all of us up here are working hard. Mr. City Manager, as you know, when we have Coffee with the Mayor, neighborhood association meetings, we met with the businesses last week. We shared with them, I shared with them that now, and the police department, thank you, DC, for joining us there, that now we're working with Teen Challenge, Salvation Army, Project Kinship. They've kind of just come out to help us. And so I think that's great. And when we do a presentation on, we used to get, when I first got elected, we'd get a presentation on the homeless, right, and what we're doing and what's happening in the shelter. I don't need and I don't know about the council members and what they want. I'm sure they'll share with you, but I'm very interested to hear about what are we doing with Caltrans, UP, First Street, Bristol, because we've done a lot. We have done a lot. I read those SIG alerts, and the other day, DC, I don't want to get the numbers wrong, how many people were arrested in the last?
Thursday night into Friday morning, we made 84 arrests.
And can you explain 84 and how many felonies, misdemeanors, shelter?
It was 13 felonies and 71 misdemeanors, I believe. 1 second.
And 8 of them went to the Salvation Army, is that correct?
That was actually a different operation, Mayor. We hosted that operation a couple nights prior. And we did have 8 people go to the Salvation Army. And yes, just to confirm, the operation that happened on the 17th was 84 arrested, 71 misdemeanors, 13 felonies. And on that night, 4 people accepted shelter.
Do you have the numbers from the previous event?
I don't have it committed to memory. I believe there was a few dozen.
So I think, Mr. City Manager, those are good numbers to share with the council and the public, because the police department and code enforcement and so many other groups are going out at Dark 100 and making contact with people on the railroads, on First Street, in the manholes, and wherever they are at, and either arresting them, getting them into shelter. Salvation Army's picking them up, and I know, like I said, Teen Challenge was at the meeting last week. Nobody's asking for money. They're just like, hey, how can we help you? And then I believe, I sound like a broken record, we'll have a third cult team, I hope soon, at least in the new year. I hope you'll be bringing it to us at some point, maybe at the mid-year budget, to add a third cult team. And so I see Sonia, our city manager's head popped up. I'm just making a comment. I'm not giving direction. So First Street is a priority, and, you know, working with the homeless and the criminal elements. And, you know, when we met with the businesses last week, they're very passionate, and they have a right to be, because their businesses are affected by people that are out on the streets. And, you know, we explained that some get arrested, some go into a shelter. And, you know, our police department tried to explain about Prop 57, Prop 47, and AB 109. So there is work being done, and as Councilman Lopez had indicated, and Councilman Penalosa, please bring something to us, because not all of us up here know what's going on, and not everybody in the community knows what's going on. And let's do a better job. I know we do a great job, but maybe we put that out, DC, about how many arrests were made, and how many, you know, when you go out, how many arrests, felonies, misdemeanors, how many went to shelter, because that's what's important for people to know. If you made contact with 88 people and only 4 took shelter, that's important. We want the community to know that, or went to a program. We want to know that. It's very important, because the majority of people that the police department come across, they do not want the assistance. And so it's just that vicious cycle. The other thing is, I know our Santa Ana families continue to be affected by the ICE raids, and I want to thank the council members up here that supported the item tonight to increase the money to $100,000, $150,000. Mr. City Manager, maybe you can find the $150,000 instead of $100,000, whatever direction you heard. But it is very important, and we'll come back in 90 days and look at it again. I do want to thank the Santanero. I know that he posted a great video. I don't recall where he got that video from, but I don't know if it was his. And I shared it. It was very informative, and I think we need to do that as a city, continue putting out the informative videos. And MDEF, I know we put one out this week, and so thank you. Also, the third annual Influence Her Girls Conference on October 11th. It was great. It was in collaboration with Girls Inc., Santa Ana College, Santa Ana Unified School District, Mosaic, and an array of other organizations. And we had 150 girls show up for the day, and it was a powerful event. And Judge Alvarez was our keynote speaker, and we'll be doing it again next year. And so I look forward to that. And as Councilman Penalosa indicated, the trunk or treat was amazing. So many people. It was great. And I know Councilmember Fan had her staff out there, and because she doesn't come out, it wasn't her ward, she said. But her staff were out there, and Councilman Penalosa and I were out there. And so, but thank you for the police department and all the city staff that were out there. And coffee with the mayor at the Dahi Center this weekend. Rudy, I want to thank you for the First Street project presentation that you gave, and every time I've asked you to come out and give a presentation, you know, you're more than willing, even though it's late in the day or weekend, and so I really appreciate it, and to all the city staff that come out. Upcoming events is the State of the Cities next week, October 29th at Hotel Zessa. We are looking forward to that, and so I think we just, as we did tonight, it was a great meeting. We got work done, we stayed focused, and it was a good quality, peaceful meeting. And so I hope that we keep them this way and we stay focused on what we got elected to do, and that is to push policy and take care of the quality of life in our city and take care of our residents. That's very important. And I also want to thank one of the speakers that came up and shared the information about where our funds go, the $10,000 that each one of us receive. I think that's very important for the community to know. And Mr. City Manager, I have no problem with you publicly putting that out on the website where our money goes. I don't know about the rest of the council, but it's $10,000 of taxpayer money, and we give it to different organizations, and I think it should be made public, and that's my opinion as the mayor. So we are going to adjourn in memory of Diane Keaton. In the memory of Diane Keaton, Diane was born Diane Hall on January 5th, 1946 in Los Angeles. But she grew up right here in Santa Ana, where she laid the foundation for what became an extraordinary career. She grew up in Mayberry Park and 905 North Wright Street. It's where her journey began. She graduated in 1963 from Santa Ana High School, where she first began developing her talent for acting. She starred as Blanche DeBose in the school production of Streetcar Named Desire, and was active in the school singing and acting clubs. And, did I say it wrong? Streetcar, I did. I said Streetcar Named Desiree, didn't I? Desire. Oh, I'm sorry. It says Desire here, so whoever wrote this, I'll fire them, don't worry. Okay. So in the play that she was in Santa Ana, I said Desire, I'm sorry. In this play that she was in, it was her with Steve Martin. And do you know that Tom Lutz was also in that play? So I think that's super cool. I have it here. And to see, yeah, his name's right there. Tom Lutz, Steve Martin, and Diane Hall, but we know her as Diane Keaton. So after high school from Santa Ana High, she studied at Santa Ana College. And then, they wrote this up. Fun fact, yes, Steve Martin was there with her in the play called Carousel. He was a stagehand. He was not one of the actors. He was a stagehand. So she went on to New York, made her mark, but it was Godfather in 1972 that truly launched her career. And she's been in so many amazing movies. She was a director, producer, and author. We all knew her by her unique style of her wide-brimmed hats. And she's an inspiration to women everywhere. And she has left behind a legacy not only here in Santa Ana, but her 5-decade career that touched the lives of millions in all her movies. And to her son and her daughter, I'd like to extend our condolences, and we celebrate her incredible achievements. And so with that, I'd like to adjourn this meeting in honor of Diane Keaton. Thank you.